Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Tuesday evening. Good to see all y'all. Devin, Bermside, Dirt Dog. Sorry for the long wait between Apollo Justice streams. For people who don't know, I had injured myself last week and I could not get out of bed for a week. That was a fun time. But yeah, how about we get back into it? Last time, we finished the first day trial. I don't remember a whole lot of what happened. All I remember is, oh man, we gotta defend a bunch of counterfeiters. Specifically, fake art counterfeiters. And there was a murder involving poison through the mail that featured poison. Fun fact, you didn't read the schedule, so seeing me go live was a surprise. Sorry about that, Nameless. I ended up being a little later than usual, mostly because, like, I was, like, I had to go get food and stuff, and unfortunately, food took longer than I was expecting. Yeah, let me see if I can refresh myself as to what happened 2 weeks ago. October 8th, 1:24 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Okay, it's been 2 weeks, and we've been living off of that plant in the background over there. How have we survived this long, Apollo? So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Measham who was killed wasn't. Oh yeah, right. Drew Measham. The Drew Measham isn't actually the. What's her name? What was her name again? Yeah, Vera. So Vera was actually the real Drew Measham, and the Drew Measham who died was her father. And I'm like, so it's like, is Drew Measham like just like a name that she took on, like she's the real artist? I assume she's the real artist. She just used her father's name. I'm just gonna go with that. And it turned out to be Spy Family, of course. Yo, Chaos, how you doing? Previously in No Limit Justice, you are a forger. I am a forger. Everyone here is a forger. Right, everyone was Spy Family. If you marry her, she'd be marrying a woman with marketable skills. True. Huh? Well, then, who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. Man, I feel like there's something going on with this bottle. I feel like there has to be something going on with this bottle. Is this like some kind of bottle that's full of poison or something? Is it gonna be like Holes? Y'all ever read Holes where it's like the camp counselor warden like has rattlesnake venom on her in her nail polish and she uses it to scratch people? Yeah, I don't know. That's just a weird thought I have in my head right now. So you really made those forgeries? Yes, for father. You know, for being an artist, I can't tell if that's a really good cry face or not, considering it's crying out of one singular eye. Actually, does that even look like an emoji face to you guys? It doesn't look like an emoji face to me. I suggest get back to your hole. Hey, Gaddy. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter and a fiend. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. Oh man, guys, she has the special power within her. Yeah, basically that type of face, Kojin. Exactly. She's wearing lion overalls, no bully? I'm not bullying her. I'm just saying she's not a great artist as much as we think. The talent for making forgeries? Oh, she's just really good at tracing things. Got it. Which is no shame to anyone who actually uses tracing in order to help with their art. I heard there actually is a legitimate reason why you do a little bit of tracing rather than full-on plagiarism. There's a fine line between that. Ruki is a shit artist, but we love her anyway. Listen, Ruki was like my wife when I was like 13 years old. But she's still a shit artist. How shall I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I can make anything. Wait, what? What? Wait, are you like a 3D copier? Like, are you able to like 3D print anything? Anything? Smiley face. Father was so proud and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I mean, listen, we've actually finally found the author of Spy Family. She is right here. Maybe we can convince her to draw Yor in more story arcs where she's actually doing something. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Listen, you clean up very nicely for someone who never leaves your house. I'm just saying. If you guys ever saw me outside, saw me like at home, y'all be like, yo, Limit, how do you live like this, you filthy animal? Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? Right. Starting to come back to me. Right, there was this... there was the red envelope that we found over in the victim's drawer. Apparently it was like 7 years old. Vera makes AI art. Okay. You know what's really funny? I saw a clip from the Godzilla animated series that was made in like the late 90s. That was based off of the American Godzilla movie from the 90s. And like there was actually an episode where one of the characters tried to make AI art, like straight up it is AI art, and it was complete garbage. And people acknowledge how complete garbage it is. And I'm like, wow, even in the late 90s, everyone knew how garbage AI art was. Good job, guys. I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you're already in, you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was...
Mr. Justice, time! To the courtroom, please!
Right! Out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. There's 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. What the hell is the Wright & Co. law offices? We probably should sue them for them trying to steal our name, though. We're right anything. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yeah, see? Trucy gets it. You're waiting for the next Ace Attorney game to have a deep-faked photo of Phoenix killing someone? Yo, let's bring back more fake evidence. Let's do it. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Measham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Phoenix, what have you been doing this 7 years? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Oh, you meant that. Yeah, right. What about, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about. I wasn't thinking of any other type of daddies. No, sir. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. This game's rated T, right? Drink your water. Fine. Actually, frick, I'm out of water. I knew I forgot about something. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 1 minute. Sorry about that, guys. Like I said, I forgot my water downstairs. Okay, now where was I? We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Man, can you imagine if this is actually like a long-distance sequel to Spy Family and Vera is actually the long-distance descendant of Anya and Desmond? Not Desmond, Damien. There we go. Oh, God! Well, I guess technically she would be a descendant of Desmond in that instance, but no, I meant Damien. October 8th, 1:36 p.m., District Courtroom number 3. You know, with the amount of Spy Family references I make, I wonder how many of y'all actually watch the show or read the manga.
Court is now back in session.
Look how cute she is! Ah! Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Meacham forger persona? Well, first thing, I used my mother's maiden name. You only read 1 or 2 chapters? You should read more. Spy Family's great. Well, I mean, it's up your if it's up your alley, that is. Look how cute she is! Ah! That's that stare again. She's drilling holes more into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard?
Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Also, was Trucy implying that Apollo and not Gavin, Clavier are actually like horny for each other? Knowing the fan base, I can totally see it. I've seen a few gifs of those two being shipped together whenever I look for Ace Attorney gifs. Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So, she was the one who made the forgeries?
Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of the operation. Said the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. Kristoff is a Gavin. That's why I'm trying to avoid calling, like, Clavier Gavin. Because there are 2 Gavins. I've done a bad thing, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, Ja. Yes, it was in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope.
Witness testimony! The red envelope. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witnesses realizes it.
Very well, please begin the cross-examination.
Right! Okay! I'm fine! I need more information about this forger. Like, what's his job? Where did he come from? Where did he go? Is he Cotton Eye Joe? I created things and Father sold them. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Man, Drew Beecham's kind of a dick if he was using his own daughter's talents just to do criminal activities.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing. What she was doing was illegal. Bermsai, question. How much of an ignorance plea are you allowed to claim before it's no longer viable?
Objection!
You see there, little attorney, you're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery.
True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
Alright. But it's up to the procedural discretion to take crime to court anyway. I guess so. The envelope came after my first work. That was other than painting. Most likely they go, she was a kid, I'm not touching that. So it's basically whether or not the prosecution wants to be honorable about it. Insert lawyer joke here. By other than a painting, you mean? You'd only done paintings up to that point. Yes, but father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. Uh-huh. For instance? For instance, a letter someone had written. Or a fingerprint left upon a cup. Or a signature on a document. A seal about... Okay. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Measham.
A new industry?
The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. This is going exactly where I think this is going. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Founder handled the deal, all of it. So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoyed painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? He's a father, of course he didn't follow the instructions. Future Danganronpa, Vera Measham, the ultimate forger! Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. I don't think we're ever gonna get a new Danganronpa considering how, Kotaka's... It is Kotaka, right? Either way, he left, working at Spike Chunsoft, if I recall correctly. I think he runs his own studio now. Kodaka! Sorry. Yeah, I think Kodaka is working in his own, company nowadays, isn't he? We already have a new Danganronpa anyway? What's the new Oh, yeah, right, the new game that they showed off in the new, Direct.
This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought.
I received the stamp that was in the envelope. What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back! Antroquidin! Objection! A moment, forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Honestly, Apollo's doing a really shitty job as a lawyer right now. He's like, Clavier has an entirely good point. Like, Apollo's basically giving her the answer to give. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp?
Is something wrong?
It was beautiful.
You mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Yes, I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. Oh! I figured it out! That's why the stamp was inside of that little picture frame! Her dad gave it to her as a present, so they just stuck it into the frame! They didn't know it was poisoned! So the trap failed by chance, by mistake! Oh my god! Thanks to this commemorative stamp. Wow! So if the real murderer was actually good at their job, they would have used a generic ass stamp that had no fancy picture on it. How long has actually, that's a good question. How long has Apollo been a lawyer? Note to self, use boring stamps as a trap. Today we learned.
Quite a close call.
It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. I mean, a few months now as of this game, but like before case 1, was that literally his very first case? You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job has tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. Probably a few months before the first case, I imagine.
So you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in.
I was in danger? Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that, yes, it was a picture of people I liked at the time. What? This is something new. Oh no, she's hot! Same reaction I had, Andrew. I was like, hey, dude. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony for our line. I'm not gonna lie. Even I'm kind of falling for Clavier a little bit. Not gonna lie. He's kind of up my alley. Not that I swing that way, but if I did, The stamp was a picture of my face. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I had a feeling they were gonna tie in the freaking, oh shit, what was their names again? Frick, I'm blanking on their names. Frick. The Grammary Troop, exactly. So I kept it. Magicians. Yeah, my favorite magicians. Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl. I love mysterious things, I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. Listen, it's been 2 weeks. I can't remember names all that well. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great. Yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disband soon after. Yeah, Montaru. What about Ebon High Magician? You know what? Also valid. I'm also a big fan of Red Eye's Black Dragoon, but does that really count as a magician? Up to you. Trucy Wright is actually Silent Magician, but she's only level 2. Well, wait until she grows up and then she becomes a babe. Just gotta wait until level 8 and get like, what, 5? Was it 5 spell counters? I think it was 5 spell counters. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now, where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client. Whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close. We just had to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope. And the path it took to take Drew Measham's life. And then we have Kiwi Magician Girl. I think I'm more of a Chocolate Magician Girl fan, personally speaking. Apple Magician Girl is pretty cute too, honestly. Magician's Valkyria can count as a magician. Definitely counts. I'm a big fan of Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight. She's pretty cute in armor. I love armor. I really love girls in armor. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Uh-huh. What am I supposed to present on this? Elemental Hero Brasinatrix? She's fine. I like her. Okay, how many of y'all actually watch, like, play recent Yu-Gi-Oh? My current, like, modern Yu-Gi-Oh waifu is actually Lovely Labyrinth. I received that stamp that was in the envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so you kept it. Am I supposed to present, like, the magic show ticket? I'm just gonna assume that's what we need to do, but I'm gonna do a quick save just to make sure. You watch Reigns? No, sadly, my current interest. Actually, not only is she one of my favorite modern Yu-Gi-Oh waifus, she's actually my current deck. Like, probably my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh deck in recent memory, honestly. You unfortunately missed Yu-Gi-Oh talk. Yeah, we were talking about waifus. Sorry, Nameless. Objection! Okay, I got it right. Cool. Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? Apollo! They're not a bunch! We are neither Brady nor are we Brunchy.
I see. Still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Oh, if you want to see what the objection count is, just, you have to write objection count. The objection is to increase the objection count. Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat troop grammary.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it.
We are up to 164 objections. You feel bad for the court stenographer needing to describe whatever Vera draws? And then the witness drew a smile emoji.
Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin?
Actually, why does she need to draw it over and over again? Why can't she just flip over to the page that she already drew already? Oh. Lavier's not very happy about this. Huh.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Grammary? What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask what?
No! Answer the question! Now! Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me.
Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book? Please, be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. Why didn't you just use a photocopier?
No! I don't know!
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book! Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know?
Objection! Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all your questions. Stop badgering her.
He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor? Nothing?
Sullied who? I mean, he's not very hairy.
Phoenix Wright! Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat.
What? Yeah, I figured they were going to somehow tie this together in the end. Phoenix Wright tossed out the profession by false evidence? And the forger who made that evidence? Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Oh! Oh, I think I get it now. Okay. Never mind. So you didn't need to photocopy the specific contents. You need to specifically copy the specific page. Like literally the page. Who asked Drew Measham you to forge that evidence? For all our sakes, who was it? It needed to look convincing. Photocopying one made it too obvious. Yeah, I just realized.
We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was...
Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me with those dead old eyes.
What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary.
Who was it? Is Kristoff going to come into this really quick? Vera? The devil. All right, guys. We're heading over to DeVille Estate. Go arrest Cruella.
Defendant Vera Measham, condition unconscious.
Examiner's diagnosis, acute endocrine. What? When did she get poisoned? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder. Drew me. What? What the hell? Where is this case going? So the trial's over? What? Veer Misham was during the trial poisoned by an unknown assailant. When the hell did this happen? I hope she's okay. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the okay, good. And what do you mean just under the lethal amount? Did you need only a tiny little bit of that thing in order to murder someone? Good lord. He's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Oh. In some ways, that was the starting point of it. Oh, yo, it's Phoenix! And the old music! Wait. Hang on a second. What? What? This is what you look like 7 years ago? Hang on. Hang on. How old is Clavier again? He's like 24, right? So he's 17 here. Okay. He's got glasses. He's got a new one-piece suit. He kept his necklace though. Hi, Sugami. Feel free to lurk away. Ah! Baby! Oh, baby Trucy! Look at her! Oh, baby! Oh, baby Trucy! Baby. That's even younger than Francisca when she started. How old was Francisca when she started again? I thought she was like 17 as well. Babu. Oh, she started at 16. Good lord. And she just came in at 18. That's what it was. Okay. Yeah, continue the next chapter, I guess. Wow, that was a really short chapter. I thought it was going to go on way longer, actually. Oh, it's actually 13? I only lost. It was only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Phoenix? Over a game of cards? Why, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Why did Phoenix become known for playing cards? 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial! What? Oh my god, are we playing this out? Yo! Back in Phoenix's shoes! He better be a dork. If he's not a dork, this is not really Phoenix. Last time on Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. She passed the bar at 13. My god. This flashback takes place like 2 months after Trials and Tribulations, and only like a week after the end of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. My god, they had to cram all of Investigations 1 and 2 after Trials and Tribulations? All right, well, I'll worry about the investigation games next year, or at least the first one.
April 19th, 9:27 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Phew, okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Ah, good morning, Mr. Your last name is Enigmar? Yeah, sure, whatever. Alright, Riddler, whatever. Investigations is very condensed. I'm still surprised. Like, you were thinking that, like, what is it? Is it like a day per case? So it's like 4 days of a case, another 4 days of investigation. Is it just like 8 straight days of cases for Edgeworth? Good lord. So unfortunately, it's not in this version, but in the DS for Phoenix, all graphics were downscaled to the GBA resolution in the backgrounds. Okay, that's really funny, DK. Technically, yes, although one of them is a flashback. Okay, that makes sense. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. Do I have a court record? Yeah, we can examine our own badge! And the number actually is different too, I think. Each attorney's badge has a number engraved on the back. No 2 numbers are the same, so if you drop it, people will know it was you. Better make sure I don't lose mine. It's part of why people complain that the OG voice actor was replaced in this remaster with the DD voice clips. No, I get that. Oh, we're actually giving crime scene photos. Body found in the hospital room, shot in the head. Huh. Well, maybe he's still alive. He's being powered by Ecto Cooler after all. It's fine. Magnify's autopsy report. Cause of death. Victim's name, Magnify Grammary. Age 67. Male. Estimated time of death, April 13th. Between 11 and 11:30 p.m. Cause of death, loss of blood from bullet wound. He was literally shot in the head. What do you mean loss of blood? I think his brain is destroyed at that point. Why did he describe it as loss of blood? Shouldn't it just be like, yo, just a bullet to the brain. It's gone. Missing brain parts. Shattered skull. I feel like loss of blood is the least of your worries in that instance. That's a pretty clean hole, yeah. Note, malignant tumor found in victim's liver. Your name is Shady. I know it's shoddy. But your name is Shady Enigmar. Is Trucy's dad an asshole? The client in this case usually goes by his stage name, Zach Grammary. Magnify Grammary, the victim in this case, died after being shot in the head while in the hospital. Obviously, this is all rhetorical questions. Obviously, don't answer my rhetorical questions. This is, Time to look at a second slow motion car crash again. Yeah. Died two away from the nice number. For shame. Maybe he could have lived with disabilities if he didn't die from blood loss. There's a meme about Enigmar's personality, so I'm glad you seem to be unaware either way. Alright, we'll see in a moment. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet.
all we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me.
Oh, she's so precious! Why is she so cute? Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you.
Okay, so Trucy was 14. No, was she 14 or 15? Either way, if we subtract 7 years, she's either 7 or 8 here. Baby. I am fine, as always. Huh. Huh. This old boy is here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Actually, how old is Phoenix here again? Is he like 26 or something like that? I forget how old Phoenix is.
Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Ah, baby. Her first job is today. There are child labor laws about this. 26 is, yeah, he should be in his mid-20s. I know he's in his 30s in the modern day. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Phoenix, she's dressed as a magician and you're defending a magician. I think it's pretty obvious.
Oh boy.
Huh? Me? Look what's he started.
Here.
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least, only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifique Grammary. What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to you. Give it to the old boy with the blue suit and with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
Ah, look how cute she is as she's handing us fake evidence. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Yeah, this totally isn't going to be relevant later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy here. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year! True, though. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. You can't switch. I'm currently switching. I know it's a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yeah? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Why do I have a strange feeling that Shady was actually the guy who forged the evidence? Well, not forged it literally, but was the one who commissioned it. So this is 2019, and Ace Attorney 1 is 2016, so he should be 26, 27. Yeah, that sounds about right. And unfortunately, we don't know anybody's birthdays, except for, like, well, Rafa's, but she literally tells us her birthday. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
How the hell did a shady guy like you birth a sweet, precious child like her? And Paul Attiston. I don't know who that is. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Just friendly reminder, guys, if you guys want me, just a reminder for stuff I don't know about. I have only played 1, 2, 3, currently going through this game, Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, and Phoenix versus Professor Layton. I have not played any other Ace Attorney games, just for context. We're almost to Apollo Justice, just 2 more years, okay. Basically, hands-off investigation games and GBAA. Yeah, basically. That being said, though, I did not do the DLC cases for Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. So, those I'm still blind on. Paul Atishin was in Spirit of Justice, is in Right! I think I remember. And the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can for their sake. Like, it's been years since I played Spirit of Justice, so it's been a while since I played those games. I don't remember a lot of the names, I just remember situations. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. Why do I feel like this is a really bad time for me? My client is Shadi Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Gramarye, a wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifique Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic. Until he was shot dead, and Zach Gramarye is the suspect. I mean, it has the Damon Gantz laugh. Yeah. All right, April 19th. Let's get started. Man, I don't even have Maya with me. How am I supposed to figure this out without a cute girl by my side? Court is now in session for the trial of Shadi Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. God, I'm feeling so nostalgic seeing Phoenix here.
Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? A bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is this some kind of new crime?
One of the worst. This is a trial, Ja. Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? The Gaviniers concerts got 10 times the thrill this gig's got.
Who were you again?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, Ja.
Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins?
Figures my bro's more famous in this part of town.
Also the classic Ace Attorney 1 music. I know, it's so nice. This render of Phoenix is serious Uncanny Valley. I think they just reused the one from the first trilogy, didn't they? He needs his necromancer to bring this witness back to life. Yeah, exactly. Clavier Gavin. Plus, I also need her to be able to channel my Mia for us, and then we can stare at her cleavage. Lead singer for the mega hit band, the Gaviniers. You're out of your league, rock boy. Wow, Confident Phoenix is weird. Especially when you actually see his old models. Or sprites, rather.
I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy.
Oh, great. Apparently he's psychic, too.
True, my debut album, 13 years, hard time for love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah?
Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way.
I'm just getting warmed up, Attorney Wright.
I was actually gonna wonder, what would Clavier refer to Wright as? Okay, but more fantasy worlds need to use necromancers as police investigators. I'm surprised they don't. Or, well, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes some fantasy worlds treat necromancers as, you know, dark magic, so eh.
Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case?
A chung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes.
Yo! My boy!
Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it.
My boy! I haven't seen you in forever!
And you are?
Hey, you were the one who called me up here. Sir? Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct.
Gumshoe!
Can he please be an Ace Attorney 7? Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hooray, we're getting dicked. Thank you, Lundea. Hey, you! Hey. Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony?
Detective, this is my stage. Candy antics. This Hey Ewing and such. And I could care less about your history together.
Yeah. Mia Fey in a magician's outfit. Okay. Extremely valid there, Chaos. It's not like we already saw her in a maid costume before.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would, please tell us about the case at hand.
It happened. Yo! The old investigation music! Well, not investigation, but like, you know, the, I don't know what to describe this music, but I know this is the original trilogy music. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. Logic theme, thank you. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam! Lights out. Them's the facts.
Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
See, I'm not even impressed by the elephant or the turtle. You know what I'm impressed by? This mother freaking cat! Look at him! He's like, oh my god! How the hell am I doing this? My tail's weak as shit!
Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say True Gramarye has made quite a name for themselves.
The whole country under his spell, but he was never mentioned before. Not even by Max Galactica, right? Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Mal-ignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah.
A malignant tumor, perhaps?
It's not a tumor.
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
Diagnosed with a malignant tumor, given 3 months.
The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I love a woman who can kick my ass.
This diagnosis is out of date. Here's the update on diagnosis report. Thanks, Edgeworth. I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes. Yes, the diabetes. He was about to shoot up with insulin. Okay, actual question. Is insulin normally ecto-cooler green? I don't think it is. I love how the updated autopsy is such a meme when in first it's only happened once. I'm pretty sure it only happened once, yeah. When he was shot with the pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. Much too many sweets and drinking, I believe. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Your mom had type 2? I hope your mother recovers off of that, Lindea. Small syringe, used for administering insulin shots, has been washed and shows no sign of use. Maybe he just really would like that ecto-cooler.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir. It was also the first case? Yep. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to an old man, sir. No, it is not legal to consent to being murdered. What about euthanasia, though, Bermsai? Isn't that legal? Like, correct me if I'm wrong about that. Illegal in a lot of places. Makes sense.
What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
In places where it is legal, it is a special exception. Sheesh. Wasn't there an infamous doctor who was helping patients kill themselves, got in a lot of trouble over it? It sounds like it.
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
To my beloved student, blah, 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 blah. I didn't read all of that. I'll read it in a moment.
Very unusual indeed.
To my beloved student, Zach. To you, I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Okay. Is there anything I can note about the syringe? I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself to insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Ugh. Wait, if Magnifi used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Patient name, Magnifi Grammary, age 67 male. Notes, malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes. Requires regular insulin.
Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant wouldn't say a peep about that bit, sir. Ah, look at Phoenix tap the paper. Haven't seen him do that in forever. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was, every night for a half hour starting at 11. The victim, Magnifique Gremory, was given an IV. An IV? Okay, Jax with insulin and forehead.
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
At 11 o'clock, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Rise, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me! Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant do him in. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all. Just as he had commanded. It could be a setup. Let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Okay, chat, like, I assume this is still part of case 4, right? Or does anyone actually treat this as a bonus case for Ace Attorney 4? This is still considered case 4. Okay. But let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change.
Thanks, pal.
Fine, I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. That's what she said. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. And this letter was sent by the victim? There it is! Gotcha! You're all mine this time, pal! Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course! It's the victim's! No mistake! I see. Score 1 for the boys! I love Gumshoe. I didn't lose, I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? Phoenix and Gumshoe both feel out of character. Some people speculate these were supposed to be original characters. I feel like Phoenix, I don't know. I feel like some of Phoenix is kind of in character for the most part. And Gumshoe, I don't know. I always felt Gumshoe was someone who's very prideful of being a detective too, even if he is a hapless kind of guy sometimes when he's working under Edgeworth. But like, I don't know. I feel like Gumshoe is someone who would want to believe in his job and the people who work at the police station. So, I don't know, I feel like that's in character for Gumshoe, but that might just be me. They're usually way more cordial than this. I think that's more Edgeworth's influence rather than Gumshoe himself.
But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. And I feel like Gumshoe is more cordial when it's more of a personal situation, usually involving like people he knows. Like, he's usually very accommodating with Phoenix whenever he's, like, working a case that involves Edgeworth or something. Gumshoe will try to one-up Phoenix in most instances unless he has a very good reason to believe the defendant for one reason. Yeah, exactly, like Edgeworth. That's what I was thinking too, Montaru. I don't think it's that out of character for Gumshoe. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. I feel like Phoenix is more out of character in this game. But yeah, like I said, I agree with Phoenix. How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people who do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
You feel the okay, I'll say this. These lines over here, that doesn't sound like Gumshoe. Gumshoe usually at least tries to give some speculation on his part. I'll give you guys that one. Gumshoe's not this obstinate. I'll give them that one. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, detective.
First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal.
Okay, that is, okay, you know what? No, that is out of character. That is not something, okay, you know what, chat? You guys are right. That is extremely out of character for Gumshoe. He would never say something like that. How many times has Mia has to bail Phoenix out of a jam in the original trilogy? Well, I like to imagine Phoenix has grown as an attorney. I'll give them that one. I feel like Phoenix has gotten better about it.
You need to go commit murder, pal.
That is not what Gumshoe would say. Edgeworth told him if he worked on becoming more assertive, he'd start paying him in real money. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective. Yeah, this is extreme. Okay, yeah, that does not sound right.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue show that has been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
See, this is a joke you expect from the judge. Exactly. The photo, maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Nigmar. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him in the forehead.
Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. Like when he tells Phoenix to hang himself outside the courtroom or tells the bailiff to hit people who are loud. Yeah, no, that's very much a judge thing. That's not really a Gumshoe thing. But you can prove that with this photo. I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you were thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot?
Well, I'm glad I picked up on this pretty quick.
A clown doll?
Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead, too. Not the clown! Not the Clussy!
Ah, there's a hole in its forehead!
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Ah, and I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. You killed Captain Clown! You killed Captain Clown! Shoutouts to us watching Batman the Animated Series for movie nights now, by the way. His forehead, Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot 1 shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Are you telling me none of the freaking police bothered checking the freaking clown doll having a bullet in its forehead? Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Objection! More objections! Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life.
The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead doesn't demand an explanation. Very well, this might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence.
You know what I always remember when it comes to Ace Attorney? Man, I love how it's guilty until proven innocent.
You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. Actually, now that I think about it, do you think that's why a lot of defense attorneys in a lot of Western media are usually depicted as scumbags? Because, like, in America, the justice system does rely on innocent until proven guilty. So, like, a lot of times the underdog in the situation of media, like, you know how media is. Media is really big fans of underdog stories. We love seeing those overcome great obstacles. And because of the fact the law is innocent until proven guilty, the underdogs in the law system would actually be the prosecutors. On the flip side, in Japan, like, since it's guilty until proven innocent, the underdogs in media would have to be the defense attorneys. It's 100% because of police propaganda. Well, that too. But I'm also thinking about this from a narrative standpoint if I were to write a police procedural. No, it's guilty until someone else is proven guilty. Also true, Montaru. Why do you think legal dramas usually focus on people trying to prove the criminal's guilty? Yeah. Like, how often is it that the prosecutor is usually the evil side? Like in Western, like, law stuff. Like in stories, that is, of course. I'm not talking about, like, real life stuff, obviously. I know everyone, but the defense is incompetent in Ace Attorney, but this seems ridiculous. Remember when they thought a 13-year-old killed a large man with a shotgun that would have normally dislocated an average adult's shoulder? It wasn't even a shotgun. It was a freaking, it was a hand pistol. Not a hand pistol. It was a revolver. It's because Law and Order is super copper biased, so defense attorneys are seen as scum. I don't see why anyone has to be evil in court. Defense attorneys and prosecutors aren't exactly enemies. Yeah. That's the whole point in Phoenix and Edgeworth's dynamics. They are two sides of the same coin trying to pursue the truth. Yeah, basically. Hell, Clavier is actually pretty cool with everything so far, too. I don't think he's really... Like, no one's really been antagonistic to us since, like... Yeah, Godot and, like, Franziska. I guess they were... Like, even Simon wasn't really antagonistic to us in Dual Destinies. And, well, let's not talk about Ace Attorney 6. The second clients and the public are out of earshot. Everyone cordial in the legal profession. Yeah, sounds about right. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize how big this little hole is going to get. But Mood? Godot had personal reasons? I know Godot had personal reasons, I'm just saying.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
What was the last thing I pressed on? I don't remember. Was it this one? I think it was this one. I'm gonna press the other stuff first, though. You mean this pistol, one in the crime scene photo? That's the one! It's a funny-looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. I forgot where you saw the quote, but your favorite thing you ever heard about law is that a defense attorney's job is to be sure the prosecutor is doing their job correctly? Well, we have a defense attorney right here, so... Actually, Burmside, what kind of attorney are you again? I forget. Are you a defense attorney? Well, not really. I think you're just like... Actually, I'm not entirely sure what kind of attorney you are, Burmside, but yeah. So you verified the murder weapon, in other words. Your civil law, so it depends on the case. Right, there you go. You bet we did. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valance quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valance stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot, but the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. Eh? To be fair, Burmside actually wanted to be a trademark lawyer. But apparently, working in trademark and copyright law is extremely popular and hard to get into. This is one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Grammary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man had held on to that pistol ever since.
The court would like to see the pistol in question.
You got it, sir. Here she is.
Well, this truly is a blast from the past.
It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? They can fire real bullets.
It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV.
Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty, and it shows traces have been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own.
Aha! Intriguing point, well made.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Not well made! Not intriguing!
In any case, the court accepts this evidence.
Fires one real bullet. Barrel marks match bullets found on victim. No fingerprints found.
My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony.
So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. Working in that field is apparently work hard for 10 years and retire in mid-30s type of job. God, I wish. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not a bad summary, pal. Well, that was easy. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary, but our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me?
Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony?
I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. I miss my assistant, guys. Okay, but what if we shot the imposter Gumshoe? Well, he would suddenly turn into a giant it monster, so... better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Fires one real bullet. Imaginary bullets, infinite. Pew pew. That is still one of my favorite emotes. I'm surprised no one uses it more often, honestly.
Objection!
The trickiest cases are often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand?
Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Objection!
Double objection! Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he couldn't.
The murder weapon? How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. What kind of bullet do you think this gun actually holds? Do you think it's one of those old-timey, like, round bullets, or do you think it's actually a modern, like, you know, piercing bullet?
Ugh.
If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he could have shot the victim too. Hey! The old music, I love it. That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
More objections, baby! It has rifling, apparently? Huh, today I learned. Oh, where do you get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. Why does this feel like we're the prosecutors in this situation? Like, yeah, Phoenix is man, this just undermines Clavier as a prosecutor a little bit. I know he's new and all, but still. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and starting record sales. An utter lack of humility.
What's this? It seems the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, the detective was just a warm-up act.
Ugh.
Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready.
Ready for what?
For my decisive witness, of course. My friends on the other side. Are you ready? A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gremory who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well, we will pause for a 15-minute recess.
This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned.
That was a really quick case. Good lord. Man, what's up with these short chapters? Normally they go for way longer. What is the pacing here? April 19th, 11:21 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. So what does this have to do with the poisoning? Very impressive, Mr. Wright, I have to say. I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened?
Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'd scare Trucy.
Speaking of which, where is she? Yeah, I've seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You want to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2! Yes, the one I used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valence. Oh, for the Zack and Valence quick draw thing. So he murdered a man while dual wielding?
Two.
2! My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You... faltered! You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciple somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Gramarye? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown! I took the pistol I fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You're a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifi Gramarye? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there, we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zack Gramarye, he seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Hey! Brooklyn Rage! Once again, I am in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. Why didn't the nurse come running? Gunshots are kind of loud? I think we established from previous cases that nurses don't seem to do their jobs properly in Ace Attorney.
Court is now back in session.
During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's forehead.
Well, this is news, and the rifling marks?
There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call a very decisive witness.
You're a decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? After all, Wright just come and went out of his hospital room, right? A gunshot was probably one of the least exciting noises coming from Magnify's room. What, do you think there's like wild horses going on in there or something? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Group Tremory's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent? Tremory. So we get to meet the great Magnify's other disciple. I wonder if we get to find out Valent's real name. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation.
Valent Grammary. Magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you?
How old is Valent here? He's 37? Yeah, that lines up about right. Wait a second. Can I check how old he is? Okay, so Trucy is indeed 8 years old here. Zack Grimry's daughter already dresses the part of a magician to the hilt. Aw. Man, Gumshoe is about to hit 40.
You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt.
Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. And plenty of noble phantasms. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock that night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. It seems several days before the crime, my witness received this.
That looks very familiar.
Wait. That's the same letter Zack Gregory received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da!
Order, order, order! And what does it say? Oh, surely it's not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself.
Why, it's practically the same.
Ha! Ha! Now here's the real question. Which one is forged? Ha!
The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Gregory up to?
By which you mean?
I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less.
Oh, please. If I were playing a multiplayer game with my mods would kill me without me even asking. It's just my opinion, Herr Judge, but from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and so, in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is a strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Even on Magnify's deathbed, his death and trials of magic show all on its own. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. You step in on a real tournament and you'll do the rest?
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zack Gregory, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. But where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
Every magician knows timing is everything.
Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up.
The night of the crime.
That night, I visited a hotel room at the time Magnifi requested.
The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. That sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police.
So you were the one who reported the crime?
Indeed, I would think this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Can you imagine if they actually turned a murder case into a magic act? Like, oh, can you figure out who committed the murder? Do not see with your eyes, but look at where we are trying to mislead you. Look at what our other hand is doing while one hand gestures magnificently in front of you. That's just Clue? True. Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gremery, is guilty.
And if it wasn't Zach Gremery, then killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Is it bad I legitimately can't tell who the murderer is? I feel like it could be Valent, but I can also see it being Zach. Cross-examination time, I guess. That night, I visited a hospital room at the time as Magnifi requested. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m.? Indeed, and magic timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic!
Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let us move on. You went on at the designated time, and what did you see?
The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor taking his final bow. So, you weren't worried for your safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Man, I sure do love my magicians that lack imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you're the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. Wormseye, is it true that you have a bad imagination?
The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things.
I've seen your writing, and I would say you're very creative. Not very cohesive, but, you know, creative. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. Do mathematicians count? Sure, mathematicians. Are you creative? So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Because I have a will of steel. You don't look like a samurai to me. Of course, I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all so strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. No? Well, that explains a lot. Teehee. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach had said as much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valance, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene, namely... The bullet doesn't really matter. Wait a second. Wasn't there a thing about it being unloaded? Yeah, wasn't the bullet unloaded before the crime scene? Like, weren't we talking about that earlier, or am I misunderstanding? I think that's irrelevant. Let's go with number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shoot 'em, right? One is for each of you. You're well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and I found upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. No, I can just only shoot once. Okay, I figured that was the case. Yeah, but I remember there was like a conversation earlier about how they only shot one. It was like unloaded when they first found, like before they found it or something like that. There was something about them saying they found a bullet and then they had to bring a bullet in order to fire it or something like that.
I see no problem with that statement. Only one pistol is visible in the crime photograph of the crime scene after all.
So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom.
Is the number of pistols really so important?
Sure. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Very well, please add this detail to your testimony.
What can I do but obey? Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. So you took the only pistol there and fired it? That's correct. And the pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene. Good show, I see you two are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? Show these slow ballads bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else. Nah, I'm good. On second thought, let's run with this testimony a while longer. I informed the doctor and the police. So you informed the police. What did you do then? What do you suppose I did? I used my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Now, please skip the question. Now, please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. Yes, skip the question. After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Valen's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. It is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both McAfee students received the same letter. Both admit to have gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnifi. Time to find the cracks in his testimony. Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. Uh-huh. Okay. I think I'm supposed to present the stage pistol, because I think the logic is that Valent put down the pistol onto the table, and he said it fired at the clown. If he put it down, that means it had to be the one that shot Magnifi, because the bullet markings are two different guns.
Objection!
And I think that's the logic? According to the defendant, Zach Gremery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table.
2?
Man, if I had a Kingdom Hearts 2 alert, I would totally use it, but I think... Actually, now that I think about it, I think that was Maniacal who has that. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead, then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant had some brains in his head. Well, what about Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown.
That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. You know, I'm gonna be real about this. I think Valent might be innocent. I'm starting to think Zach might have been the one who killed Magnifi. I feel like Valent is too incompetent. Like, if he truly did kill Magnifi, why is he making such obvious mistakes? I feel like this is a mislead. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead!
Order, order, order!
Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin?
I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before! You said you'd verified the murder weapon! Which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning! I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, why not be having this pleasant discussion? We would not be having this pleasant discussion now.
Valent Gremery?
Yes, Your Honor.
You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection! You see, in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony revealed, right, the real fight is about to begin. Okay, I don't know if Phoenix would say bring it, but sure, why not? Let's go for it.
Very well, the witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. When did you die again? Okay. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death. 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You talk about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi.
It's easy enough to explain in this situation, Air Doctor. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff! How long are songs supposed to be nowadays? Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in a time of death determined by the doctor, there is an unconvertible truth.
Very well, the prosecution warns us that we are dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect a cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus of this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty.
Well, heck.
Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on. Right. I arrived at the hospital room at the appointed time. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great Great Valent. But there's no one in that room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have here defendant Zach Remry's sworn deposition. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive.
The time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m.
Exactly, which means the witness could not have entered the room before 11:15. Because his partner was still in the middle of his crime.
I see someone did their arithmetic homework.
You see, the defendant himself had corroborated the witness testimony. Does that all make sense? I snuck in the room at that night at the point in time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. So that was 11:05, and he left at 11:15. I guess that kind of makes sense. Wait! No! Wait a second! That doesn't make sense! If Alan came at 11:20, how did he hear the bullet shot? Oh, actually, no, he didn't hear the bullet shot. He only smelled gunpowder, didn't he? That's fine, I think. I don't see any problem with that testimony.
If you say so, let's continue, shall we?
Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. You walked in on a murder, and the first thing you do is shoot the clown. The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request without reason had caused me a surfeit of sorrow. For what would I, Valent, be now without him? May the soul of Magnifique the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, attorney.
May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties? Proceed with that in mind.
Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes, I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head!"
It doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I probably would have screamed the same thing.
And I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments here, attorney. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could a doctor be so precise with the time?
We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death.
Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but the reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction.
I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim is taking. It is quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifique Gremory's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end.
Ah, the needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. My God, how, like... I would think that needle would press inward rather than fall out from being shot. Because, like, you would, like, you know, if you got shot, your body would contract itself, right? So wouldn't your arms contract itself and push the needle further into your arm? At least that's my logic if I was shot, right? Like, you know, just from muscularity, like, reflex.
That would seem to be the case.
Sure, why not? It's Ace Attorney universe. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. And so it was when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Did that seem important? Well, seeing how it's the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold, the power of the arithmetic!
The needle will not have moved at all unless one actually takes it out very carefully or yanks it out. That's what I'm thinking, Midna.
Very well, the witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence.
Did you notice the IV but yourself by any chance?
When I first entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle.
Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect.
Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color.
Your lucky color?
Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck.
Man, I sure do love the man in the yellow hat. Got it like a pet chimpanzee back at home?
Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix,
yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians,
I was adorned in this attire too, and our trophy, a bust.
oh, what a day that was. Lucky, I wish I can be rewarded with a bust. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs.
My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I see, I think 'twas hewed especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
Wait a second. My lucky color, and yes indeed, and that IV too. It was hued especially. You're worried. Chat, how are you supposed to figure this out if you're colorblind? Valen sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Valen, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What?
How are you supposed to figure out case 3 without sound? To be fair, at least for that one, that's the game just giving you audio cues. Unless you're deaf. Okay, here's the thing, Kojin. I'm more willing to accept that for games because, like, this game's not exactly accessible. I feel like having audio is more... actually, now that I think about it, here's the thing. Let me think about this, actually. You know what? I think I might be wrong about that. Yeah, now that I think about it, a deaf person wouldn't be able to enjoy this game. See, I was going to argue that... like, if you play with audio, the game is fine, but then I thought about it some more. It's like, wait, there are deaf people in the world, and that wouldn't be accessible for deaf people. Because, like, some games do actually need audio cues. That is a thing that games are allowed to have. Because, like, it's not exactly easy to, like, I get, like, being accommodating for, like, people who are colorblind, because that is something you gotta accommodate for a lot of different people, because that is, like, an important aspect of a visual medium such as video games. I was going to argue maybe audio is one of those things that you can kind of account for, since, like, not everyone's going to be deaf, but I was like, no, that's kind of ableist of me, so, no, you're actually fair on that point, Kojin. Yeah.
Please recall my warning.
Well, then again, if you're blind, you wouldn't be able to play this game because it will require reading. But then again, wasn't there, like, also a braille reading accessory that you can attach to the DS? I remember there was like an accessory that you can attach to the DS that allows you to read Braille. So maybe Ace Attorney might have been one of those few games that a blind person can play?
Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based.
Oh, it'll be based all right. Don't worry, I got all your bases right here. You might even say all your bases belong to me.
Very well, let's hear the defendant's claim. Why is there evidence that contradicts where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent just told us?
I assume I'm supposed to present this because it's green, not yellow, right? Okay, I was right. The crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
The photo of the crime scene?
All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, right? Just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. These games do only have a certain degree of answers. Eventually, you will just stumble into the answer. That is also true.
What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
I present to you Ecto Cooler, Valent Gremory, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes?
Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
What's this?
Confusion, no doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag.
What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. Yo, I'm getting fed piss. Everyone want to be fed and piss through an IV? I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photo. Alakazam, no! Yo, look at all the bunnies and birds! Cute!
Order! What does this mean?
There's an objection.
Benui.
This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Gremory, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV bag is clearly not.
Well,
this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you've almost had me. I see your true colors now. Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright. No, it's Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Reverse it.
something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin?
Man, we almost got a credits drop, everybody.
As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree, at a glance the IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green!
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
It looks like I want to say light blue.
Precisely, figured it out. Chat, can any of y'all confirm this? I'm pretty sure IV bags are normally translucent.
Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and...
No! That is not how that works. You get green. They can be a bit blue.
This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
Why do you have a... What is that supposed to be then? Is this also not an IV bag?
I see, your explanation does have a ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin.
What?
You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is.
Grave?
The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Phoenix is way too cocky here. This is very out of character now. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakaz, oh my god!
Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valen Grammary, has testified the IV liquid was yellow because... From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he's seen it before, but not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag.
Oh, I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I think it's less he's more cocky than usual and more that the prosecution isn't constantly undermining him. True. But I feel like that just makes Clavier more lame by comparison. I don't know, that just kind of undermines Clavier by that point, even if he is green.
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave to getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny Papa fans, yeah?
Objection!
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right?
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the pages. I like how the music cuts out because of the judge. Okay. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Let me get this straight, Air Rights. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag.
Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. No, wait, I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself say to perform such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
Oh my god.
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back to the Earth?
Valiant Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... Is it the small syringe?
The victim's syringe?
It's a perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. And easy enough for an amateur to use. Everyone's in Discord so mean today, for real.
What?
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe is clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam!
I do believe, well, within this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much needed investigation work.
I see there are no objections. Court is adjourned.
Clavier? Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Finally! You finally figured out a response to the freaking proof answer! You don't have any proof! There's no proof otherwise! Finally! Also, hey Commander Keen, how you doing? Clavier Phoenix is like 26 in this game. Yeah, but he technically does have more experience compared to Clavier. Clavier's like, what, 17? Yeah, Clavier's 17, Phoenix is 26. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it. Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much more?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Fair Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no doubt.
What's this?
This is the victim, Magnifique Gramarye's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his starting debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death.
Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request?
Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we?
Tonight's IV is in. Maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen.
This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this in the evidence.
And we're not going to question the fact there's clearly a missing page?
Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gremery.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all.
But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Gremery intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gremery didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it ends.
With a missing page.
Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gremery.
Yeah! And we have a clearly missing page in the book. I saw there was something I could select earlier. Where'd it go? Yeah. This is a blatantly missing page. This is the last page. The diary ends here. What is... Oh my god. You know, not only is everybody assholes in this case, everyone's colossal morons. Huh? What's this? It looks like a page was ripped out. Oh, you just now noticed. Well now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Get paid. Isn't that interesting?
Please, Phoenix, questioning things is not the purpose of this court.
Because Magnifique's life, blah, blah, blah. Moving on.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifique Gremery wrote this?
There's no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary, yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did,
then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gremery.
And let's not question the fact there's a missing page and probably revealing the fact that Zach didn't shoot him.
Well, how do you like me now, Mr. Wright? Still too green for your taste?
This is so blatantly obvious, I feel like I'm being talked down to. He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but you put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over.
Maybe it's time for somebody to show them.
I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I just shown the court. What do you mean, don't show the diary with the blatantly missing page? Not that we've come this far, I hope you had something a little more decisive. What do you mean decisive? Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. All right, fine. We're not using the diary. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... Right. I forgot we actually had this notebook page. Huh. Wait a second. Maybe the letters weren't forged. What if this was forged? Is Valens innocent? Am I about to present forged evidence? First, take a look at this diary. Quick, Limit, give a game over so Nick can keep his badge. Damn it, too late. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. You've created a time paradox.
What's this? I haven't noticed that at all.
Judge! This is why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Oh boy, here we go. Alaka, I don't believe it! Look at this page. Look at this graph. It's hard to imagine the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Grammary. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that.
Is visible from the crime scene photo? Yeah. Totally.
What in Sam Hill?
Who's Sam and who is he a hill of?
Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
Note the torn edge of the page. You might even call this a torn page. Okay, everyone, time to blue skidoo into 100 Acre Wood. It's a perfect match with the torn remnants of the last page in Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gremery left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valens Gremery. No! No!
The handwriting too matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt a genuine article. Order, order, order!
But wait! That's impossible! That old man could have written that!
Objection!
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Airwright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Judge.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But, Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom.
I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around.
Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony.
A judiciary deal?
The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well, and you are the witness, I gather.
Hello. Ah, yes. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Bob Ross, Drew Measham. I'm a painter who would like you to draw some happy little trees and some happy little clouds.
A painter? And you're somehow related to this case?
No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Measham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah, I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh yeah, I made it.
You what? You made it?
Yes, you might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Remery.
Legal evidence?
Ah, heck.
I initiated an investigation and found this witness, a painter to the world at large. Drew Measham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries? I love Spy Family.
Well, so are we to understand that this page here is...
A fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
There are so many online joke versions of the scene where either Phoenix throws away the page right away after receiving it, or someone like Edward bursts in. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence!
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense.
After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright!
Witness, Mr. Measham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
That, I don't know.
What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment.
That's the extent of my contact with them.
But there's no proof this is a fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine.
Mr. Wright? You have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court?
Burmsai, I have a question. If a lawyer presents false evidence, but they don't realize it's false evidence, do they get in trouble for that, or how does that work?
It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, old boy. Here.
No, because they didn't know, but if there's any chance they knew, it would be trouble. Okay, fair enough. What's this? Well, Burmsai's a lawyer, so he can actually give us an answer about that. That's why I asked Burmsai.
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall.
Who handed to you, Trucy? Limit, your Lena is a fake. There's a special mark on her. No, I will not explain how or what. Sorry, Lena's fake. That's the rules. And Trucy handed him. I can't believe Trucy's an accomplice. That said, all Phoenix had to point out there was that he was put on the case the previous night. There's always paperwork for change of lawyer. Today we learned.
They told me to give it to old boy in blue suit with the spike.
Who is they?
They said it was really important.
Trucy! You naive child, you! It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not.
Wow! The most straightforward answer to one of Phoenix's questions ever. What the heck?
Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake. For an attorney.
In real life, lawyers are allowed to defend themselves from this type of thing. So this is another wrong thing. You have to remember Phoenix isn't actually a very good lawyer. He's just good at bluffing and connecting dots. Listen, I think we've long established by now, Ace Attorney is not reflective of very good law. I don't know how it affects Japan. I know, like, it's also based off of the old legal system in Japan. They've since changed it since the first game, but like, I think we've established by now Ace Attorney's not very accurate to this kind of stuff. We're just talking about this because it's fun facts, and the fact that we actually have a lawyer for a mod.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one!
Objection!
Phoenix is somehow allowed to defend himself for murder, but not for forging it. Right! Yeah, that's a good point! Phoenix was able to defend himself for murder before, but not for this? This is the part that you wouldn't say is fair, because you think Phoenix should have been in good enough faith to be allowed to defend himself, especially with how much forged evidence is used by the prosecution. True. I think there was forged evidence in previous games. Ace Attorney's appeal is its character drama, not its legal accuracy. Correct. But chalk that up to prosecution being given better treatment. Yeah. This would be a mistrial, not a guilty verdict, also. Today we're learning. We also know that the defense is a redheaded stepchild in Japanifornian courtrooms. True. I guess forgery is a bigger no-no than murder. Okay, let's take a step back for a moment here. Let's think about this from an in-universe perspective. Let's pretend that our laws does not exist. Let's just for a moment, let's pretend we don't know anything about law. We only know what law is from the universe perspective of Ace Attorney. In this universe, trials usually result in a guilty verdict. That indicates an issue with the legal system where they definitely favor the prosecution side, and a lot of defense attorneys lack the moral integrity to be able to defend their clients properly. Most of the defense attorneys that we've come across in the series that aren't Apollo or Phoenix, or Mia for that matter, are usually corrupt in some fashion. Look at Grossberg. Grossberg was definitely corrupt, for better or for worse. And so as such, and most of the prosecutors we come across, okay, let's think about this here. Aside from Manfred von Karma, all the other prosecutors generally did their jobs properly. I don't think aside from Manfred, I don't think any of the other prosecutors did a bad job, did they? Maybe you can argue Godot, but I think he only forged or made up evidence when it involved him specifically. Even Winston plays it straight, exactly. So maybe from the perspective of the universe inside Ace Attorney, defense attorneys are actually like law and order defense attorneys. Scumbags that are defending other scumbags. Edgeworth is a bit of a jerk in the beginning. Yes, he is a jerk, but he still did his job well. There's the difference there. I don't think he forged evidence. Gaspin Payne, however, is a terrible scumbag. True. And the defense attorney who defended Yogi and DL6 got him off at an insanity plea rather than actual evidence. Correct. So, from that perspective, maybe that the judge and the rest of the world's turning around on Phoenix because they thought, oh, Phoenix is one of the good guys. But then it's one of those things you forged evidence, Phoenix? You're just as awful as those other defense attorneys. We should never have trusted you to begin with, or something of the sort. Yeah, Robert Hammond. Exactly, Mike. So if we look at it from that perspective, I can kind of get where they're coming from, where it's you are our hope, Phoenix, to bring balance to the law. You were supposed to bring balance to the force. You were supposed to bring balance to the force, and you betrayed us. I guess Darkest Age, basically Dark Age of the law. But yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe the perspective is the fact that Phoenix and being quote unquote having presented forged evidence, which ultimately is what actually happened, kind of puts a black mark on his record. Your midichlorians were off the scales, and you turned into... Oh god, now I need to see Phoenix as Darth Vader. But yeah, so basically, I kind of get it from an in-universe perspective. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. You know what I love? Even when Phoenix is about to lose his attorney badge, he's still trying to defend his client. What a bro. I think the only other defense attorney well received in the original trilogy was Mia. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor?
Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah.
Where'd you get the hot tip from? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no further need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Well, frick. So is Edgeworth just halfway across the planet again to not hear this tip? Yeah, apparently Edgeworth disappeared off somewhere during this time period. Mr. Attorney? Yes. Can I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must...
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack?
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? What?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I am talking about this. I love Burmside's immediate reaction.
Zack is wrong. He can be found guilty in absentia.
I think investigation series was happening during this time period. Midna, we actually went over this. Investigations happens like immediately after Trials and Tribulations. That being said, though, I don't know how much of that time bleeds into this time period. I've also seen the argument that Phoenix himself is the defense attorney who uncovered the corruption in both the prosecutor's office and the the police department by accusing them of using forged evidence, and when he suddenly found using forged evidence himself, suddenly calls down the entire legal system. That's a very good point, Commander Keen. Yeah, exactly. That makes total sense. So in 3-5, 1 month gap, and A1-2, then a week later than this. And Investigations 2 is a week before this. Okay. Mr. Enigmar! The defendant's escaped! Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
Really? That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. On that day, a miracle occurred, but the miracle never happened. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zack Gremory, did not just escape from court, he literally, unbelievably, vanished. Yeah, so also this is like a 3-year period in universe. This is a circus. Apollo Justice is also the game that rendered Rise from the Ashes definitively canon. Yeah, because of Emma. Right before the Bailiff's eyes, no one ever saw him again. Not since that day. Well, screw you. Wow! Fuck you! Actually, fuck Zack! Like, he fucking ditched his daughter! What an asshole! What a deadbeat dad! Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I need to go out for a pack of smokes. Also, I may be found for murder. Bye! What an asshole! That is the Gremory miracle! Fuck you! You abandoned your daughter! Phoenix became the dad who stepped up. Phoenix is the real best dad. Holy shit. No verdict was ever declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. To be fair, I don't think taking his daughter on the run from the law would be a good dad move either. I mean, yeah, but I feel like he could have come up with a better solution than, oh, hey, bye, girl. I'm not even going to say who's going to look after you. Like, no, even worse. Okay, not only did he abandon her with no one to look after her. Literally, Phoenix had to step up. He didn't organize anything. He didn't organize, oh, hey, you're going to stay with this person from now on. Bye. That would have been shitty, but you know, it would have been more responsible than just, oh, no explanation, bye. What an asshole. Yeah, stretching. You know what? I do need a drink too, actually. Bachan! Water, please. Thank you. Yeah, no contingency plan for Trucy. That's a shitty dad move. There's a whole poorly drawn comic about how everything Zack does in this game is asshole behavior. I can believe that. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Gremory vanished, along with him for all eternity.
Thank you!
Yay, we did it! We figured out the case! Carve, thanks for the gift sub to Marcus. Much appreciated, dude. Hope you're well. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. To be continued! We did it, Patrick! We saved the town! We have enough time to go for this? Sure, why not? One more chapter won't kill us. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zack Gremory go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Baby! Oh. Time's the worst thought out segment in the entire series. What do you mean? You got sleep? I'm glad you got sleep. Why did you stream for 60 hours? Please rest, Carb. The next part of this game is simultaneously really neat, but also very weird. Discard common sense to progress, basically. Mason system! What the hell is this? The past left us these 4 keys to unlock it. What the hell is going on? The past left us these 4 keys to unlock the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. What is going on? Why is this turning into early Assassin's Creed, right? There are so many ones and zeros. And I think I saw a 2. No, Bender, it's okay. There's no such thing as 2. What? Phoenix Wright will be your guide through this. What the hell is going on? That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. Uh-huh. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. Uh-huh. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is one thing I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magadon. Yeah, sure, okay. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Oh, yeah, I see Psylocke and I break him. Cool. Well, now, shall we begin? Use L and R to jump between the past and present. Well, let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. What the hell is going on? Now that you know the game, let's play. Hey everybody, welcome back to my Let's Play of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I guess we'll start in the detention center? The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this probably, and besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision, it's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Where the fuck is, like, Maya during all this? Does she have nothing to say to the fact that her best buddy is all like, oh, hey, I might have lost my attorney badge. 7 years ago, detention center, visitor's room. We don't even get a date. I see you are currently detained. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent plane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits, and what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano in a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifique Gramarye, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valent or his partner, Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. Maya's just busy eating? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt her burger. So why is he still allowed to have his cane in detention? Isn't that count as a potential bludgeoning weapon? Yes. Smile, you're on candid camera. I just had to say it. Old habits die hard. Maybe I should do a few tricks for the viewers at home. Hey chat, you want to see a neat trick? I can fly! Whee! I'm also a magician when I'm not being an adventurer on my downtime. That guard keeps stealing glances in this direction and scratching his head. Maybe our resident magician showed him a trick or two. Who sawed my body into? Listen. It's part of an experiment. Max Galactica still takes every opportunity to throw cards at you through your glass pane, though. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. We all know that there's no such thing as rules or common sense in Ace Attorney. It just gets... there's some semblance of logic, you know, ones they had to jump a few through hoops for, but you know, it happens eventually. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. You know, now that I think about it, what happened to that female member of the Grammary Troupe? We never did get an answer on that, did we? Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Gremory killed Magnifi. It is as good as a signed confession. Logic isn't Edgeworth's only power? Yeah, just like that awkward zombie comic I saw once. That's certainly being public's opinions on it. I've grown tired of my cage, and now the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away. As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also... Yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valent Gremory has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters, too. You were just as obliged to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zach Gremory followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. El Fuerte never takes off his mask. Oh, great! 4 locks! Fun times! I didn't think it would be that easy. Glad my Magatama still works, I guess. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts. Thanks, Maya. If I unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it all. Maybe they're trick locks that you just need to give them a smack in the right spot. Wait. Oh shoot, how do you activate the Magatama again? I always forget how you activate it. Am I supposed to like press X on it? Oh, I'm supposed to present it. Oh, okay. There we go. It's been a while. The trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even not one not long for this world. That's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish, his life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is that it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. I mean,
Why, that's one of ours.
specifically designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot, one kill.
What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Right. Number...
Oh! I think I get it. I think I know what happened. Okay. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. So far. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. I think that's what happened to the lady member of Troop Gramarye. Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em canceled because someone might get hurt?
Of course, what other reason could there be?
Well, it could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt.
Fascinating, Mr. Faustian forging friend. But tell me,
what could you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what could have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs. It is concerned with precision.
precisely whom do you claim we shot?
Looks like we've chosen the right path. But I just realized we don't have the evidence for this. I think we're gonna have to come back later. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that this show might go on. And this shows who it was. Do you think the diary actually reveals who it was? I'm gonna go with the diary. A word, if I may. Yes? Does it excite you to know you stand at a critical moment in your quest? Yeah, it does, sort of. Then you'll never make it on stage. You're not fit to be a magician. Give it up. Frick! Here, hey, you can wait here on this question while I vibe through time to look for evidence. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna have to teleport through time. I hadn't actually been considering that as a career option. What the hell is the Mason system? I'm sure you'll find something else to write while away the time. Like figure out who that bullet hit. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything at this time. We don't have any evidence for this. Phoenix told you exactly what it was? Oh, you mean the numbers, Mason? I mean, kinda, sorta? But like, why does this exist? That's my question. "7 years ago, District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. It is a game, just like he said. Uh-huh. With real-life ramifications.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict
This way, blah, blah, blah. We're going to skip this dialogue. We read it a million times. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat dialogue if I read it already. Get out of here. So long, Daddy Abandonment. What the hell happened to Trucy after, like, Zack ran off? I mean, I know we adopt her, but how quickly did we come to that decision? When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now... No, yeah, that's what I'm saying! Where did Trissy disappear off to while we were gone? Like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate.
Hey, you there, sir!
Oh, wait! Is this asshole? I remember you! Weren't you from Rise from the Ashes? Down on the hands, floor on your head! Now! What's the big idea of my ears? No authorized personnel are allowed in here! But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Okay, the freaking squeak. I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Wait, you were fired? Of all the characters returned, this dude and not the cowboy, right? We've met before, haven't we? On a case, 2 years ago. What? Oh, so canonically it was 2 years ago, okay. No recollection of that, sir. Huh. For me, working on a case is always in the present, progressive sense, sir. There is no past! There is only now, sir! Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir! Court Bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir! I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir! But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing. I'm dying over here! Oh, I'm dying over here! It's a hard knock life, sir. I don't know why, but I really want to give him like a... I really want to do a Looney Tunes Mel Blanc type of voice, but I can't quite get it down. Thrown out of the precinct! Lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. And how rare do you get to investigate the lobby? You know, I think this was the lobby I used for my very first case. This plant has seen me grow from a rookie to an ace to a has-been. I hate you, plant. Just kidding, I can never hate you, baby. I must have seen that painting 1,000 times, but I never really looked at it until now. I guess my head was too stuck into trials. I never had time to stop and appreciate art. I have time now. Okay. Let's appreciate. Why does it have fisheye? Actually, it's pretty lame. I guess this door was officially a prop in Zach Grimry's last show. He passed through that lobby door and vanished. But to where? He choreographed that entire fateful trial according to his grand scenario. I hate magicians. I would really hate it if I had to adopt one. I actually took a nap on that couch once when I was still practicing law. Boy, was that a mistake. I never even sit on the sloppy sofas now. I never let my clients sit on them either. It's bad luck.
Oh, I'm dying again!
The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 days! 4 times in 3 days! They fired me! That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. Is that allowed? I don't think that's allowed. Remember that case I won when I had amnesia and a concussion? That was probably one of the worst first cases I had. That cannot be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope and tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what it might be amiss. Good job. The door slammed open! Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So you saw someone suspicious coming your way. Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. And he still doesn't remember Winston. Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Gramarie run after bursting through the courtroom? He went up like this, around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw the magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right there because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I don't Trucy? Did you have Mr. Hat during this time period? Here in this room, the magician gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He just gone. He just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, I promise. But you have to admit, it's about, difficult to vanish into thin air. Yeah, I'm starting to think that Trucy might have helped with her dad's escape now. I know actively impersonating a police officer is a crime. I'm not sure if owning a police officer's uniform where not one is illegal. I wouldn't be surprised if most PDs require you to hand over your uniform when you're fired, though. That's what I would think, yeah. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? But there was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? So, Zach was in this room when he vanished. Oh, absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape, he ran right in here, right inside his, yeah. I think Mr. Hat might have been behind this. Okay, cool. Silk hat, cape, that's Zach, all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir? If you don't mind me asking. You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Good thing there weren't roses, or otherwise it would have been Max. True. Psylocks? Should have known. Alright, let's see if we can actually break these two. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zach Gramarye vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say hi, sir. Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding anything? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? Okay. What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something? You screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Have you met Mike Meekins, Phoenix? That man's a walking nervous wreck. And a failure of a police officer. And frankly, as a bailiff, too. Debatable on whether or not he's a failure of a human being. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. I mean, look at him here. Like, if we weren't here to make sure he wouldn't die, I think he would have accidentally killed himself by strangling himself with handcuffs somehow. Sir! Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't! You mean you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing. But it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone could mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think I know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Isn't it bad that I know exactly what happened, but I can't prove it? Alright, time to go find Mr. Hat as evidence, I suppose. Let's try Writing Co. Law Offices? Sure. That's just half of Ace Attorney, though? Oh, so true. 7-Eleven. Writing Co. Law Offices. Oh boy, I hope we can get a big gulp.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
Ah, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you.
I am fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all.
That's young man to you. Aww. Baby Trucy is so fucking cute! 2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Oh, sad baby Trucy, I can't. My heart, I can't. It's so sad. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. Okay, so Phoenix did actually pick up Trucy before he left the courthouse. Good. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. Oh! Trucy is so sad! Her dad's gone! And he's a deadbeat! What a shitty father! I, did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. Oh, no! So, I was wondering if you want to stay with me for a while. Ah, Phoenix is a good dad! Phoenix will step up when no one else will! Phoenix is such a good boy! Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. 8 years later. Yes, I know 7 years, but like even in Dual Destinies, he still hasn't come around yet. And I think that was like a year later after this game. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. Aww. At least, aw, Phoenix. I could look up some places you might like to stay. This is so weird. Here, you like Ukraine? Not Ukraine, Ukraine. Oh my God, Ukraine. Hey, you want to go to Ukraine? I meant to say Ukraine.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Ah! Sweet baby Trucy. No! Can we make that like a chord and strike that from the record? Yes. Huh, really?
So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Yes! You are a precious child. I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Yes, actually. Why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. It doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay.
Say Daddy. Ah! Trucy's so precious! I want to hug her! That was quick. Yes.
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Oh, and this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know.
Yes.
Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. Oh! And even then, she's just thinking about supporting us. Oh, why is Trucy so precious here? Oh, baby.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Okay, Trucy's adorable. Ah, thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Oh. Well, we haven't gotten Phoenix's perspective on the old office in a while. Charlie! How you doing, buddy? My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. I guess watering Charlie is my only real job now. Oh yeah, I probably should also water Trucy, shouldn't I? Wait, I'm a child now! I can't feed Trucy like this! Welcome to parenthood, Phoenix, right? The kids are always in charge. True. She probably needs more than the occasional watering too, I guess. An old movie poster hangs on the wall. I finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my eyes out. Just thinking about it makes me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies, really. See, this is very Phoenix. I should show it to her when she's a little older. Oh. Wait, what was it called again? Sharp one, that Phoenix, right? Those kids need more than water and sunshine. I wonder what the movie is about. Maybe it's a crime drama. You know what'd be funny? What if like the reason they cry so much is because like they're watching a crime drama movie and like, this makes no sense to our law system. What's due process? What's innocent until proven guilty? You can still see that hotel from the window here. Oh God, right, the hotel. Every time I look out, I think back on those old cases and how jiggly April May was. Nice. I wonder if the view looks different now that I'm not wearing my old badge.
I really dig the far out view, Daddy.
Thanks. She must have learned a lot of words from her parents. Remember renting movies? That's apparently a thing in 2020 in Japanifornia. I mean, maybe renting is also like streaming. Maybe not really. Quite the collection of law books. My mentor bought all of them. I used to be too busy to read them. Now that I have the time to read them, there's no need. But I can't just sell them. Maybe Trucy will want to read them someday. As if. Nah. My desk. Not that I have any reason to sit there anymore. I guess Trucy can use it. It's great for studying math, English, geography, magic. Ah! I'm not crying. I just got some dust in my eye. Oh, Phoenix is such a proud daddy. He wants to give everything over to Trucy and raise her right because he is a good father. Phoenix is so proud. Guys, believe it or not, I'm actually tearing up over this. I'm sorry. Phoenix being a good daddy is actually making me cry. I love good daddies. Like, unironically, one of my favorite archetypes are single dads. Single dads in fiction is so fucking good. I fucking love Goofy. I fucking love, like, Kotetsu from Tiger and Bunny. I love Darkwing Duck. I love single fathers, guys. They're so good. Single moms are great, too. God damn it. I'm actually crying. Hot fathers in your hot single dads in your area. Hang on. I'm sorry. I actually cried from that. I'm sorry. I love Phoenix as a dad. It's so cute. Anyway.
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. For Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You got me, don't ya? I'm a professional.
I remember rewatching Bobobo and they had a video rental store and you had to make the joke of, wow, the show aged poorly. Also, you can actually rent movies through streaming. Burmsai actually is right about that. Like, if you go to Amazon Video, you can actually rent movies for like $3. I've done that for movie nights. I forgot I did that too, actually. Makes me think of the episode of Cowboy Bebop where Spike has to hunt down a Betamax video player and look back on it now. You can write that plotline about 3 technologies that have been died and born since then. Yeah. I forgot you can also rent movies on YouTube too.
Yep. After all, I indirectly descended from the famous Zach Gramery.
Oh, Trucy. Directly descended? He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright too.
I don't know if I should be happy or sad about that. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, or Zach Gramery?
Daddy, sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Grammary, and they're big.
The Gramarys, they were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Val and Grammary together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall, and then it evolved into Gyarados.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top.
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
I should have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what will happen to me with Daddy and Ma. No! Orphan Trucy, no!
You also don't want to give YouTube money? Yeah, neither do I, frankly. I'll gladly take money from YouTube, though, if I ever upload to YouTube. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he is
Unemployed. Trucy, my child! My baby! We had to go for a while, left our first child. You missed a lot. Yeah, we adopted this small child and we are now single father. And it is adorable and I also cried from it. Like, actually. You know,
things are going to be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Could you tell me about your mommy, if that's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Valent, smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here!
Oh. Oh. I recognize that. This is your mother. She's beautiful.
Her name's Thalassa?
Thalassa? I'm trying my best here. Thalassa. I think it's Thalassa, right? Thalassa Grammary. Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't...
Don't worry. I won't vanish. No! Oh. I'm sorry, I need a moment. I am a sucker for children and their parents, guys. I really am.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan.
Oh.
Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate has is a backup plan. So am I not able to open this up? Wow, really? Oh, there we go. Had to hit the side. So, this is Trucy's mother. Thalesa. She's pretty. I can picture her on stage with Zach. Still, she looks like a down-to-earth type, too. I guess Trucy takes after her. I wouldn't exactly describe Trucy as taking after down-to-earth, but sure. Wait, does that mean she's actually in? Who the hell is Apollo Justice? Wait a second! They actually say how old he is in this time period. He's 15. Okay. Okay, and Kristoff is 25 during this time period. Yeah, okay, you know what? That's interesting. Beacons is 24? Alright. Thalesa Grammary, Trucy's mother, missing after her sudden disappearance, age 33. Babby Apollo. So, Trucy, you're a professional.
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that.
I always thought it was I always thought it was funny though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Very precocious of you. Wait, I just realized something. Pearl is older than Trucy, right? Okay.
Right, so in conclusion...
You're a professional magician, Trucy. By like a year. Okay. You know, it's really funny. I remember there's a Awkward Zombie comic talking about the older Pearl, how she's like really smart and mature and an adult now, but she still makes baby mistakes, and everyone's like, maybe she's just stupid.
That's right. Well, want to see a trick?
You're going to do a magic trick? You know what? Go for it, girl. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here it goes. Ta-da!
Ah, there he is.
Hey, folks. It's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
Ugh! That was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Well, we got our evidence, everybody. Pearl will be 18 by the end of Spirit of Justice. Okay, I thought so.
Yeah, your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Dude, my routines get a bit heady at times. Ha, get it? Heady!
My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. There we go.
Amazing, Mr. Hat.
Tracy's favorite trick, startlingly realistic. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
But are we representing anyone?
Me and you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I've no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it like that way.
Given you don't have any tricks, no standbys, this will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something. What got Phoenix disbarred, by the way? Presenting forged evidence that he didn't know was forged evidence. And they think he forged the evidence. And apparently you're not allowed to defend yourself on that. You love how no matter what age you can see Trucy moving her arm to make Mr. Hat move? Mm-hmm.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Honestly, I'm just impressed by the sprite work on this. It must have taken a lot of like a lot of good animation teams to make it work.
Welcome to the Daddy team, Daddy-o.
The team, right? Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. And they leave that something behind to be a small child. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. Baby! To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my love. Guys, this is so cute. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, this is so cute. I guess we'll go to Drew's studio now? Seven years later, Drew's studio. You will now want to murder the panty snatcher even harder now. Valid. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner. Drew Measham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I want to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. Phoenix being calm? That is the most opposite thing I've ever heard. You got a dip for sleep? No worries there, dog. You have a good night, dude. We shouldn't be going on for much longer anyway. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Oh, baby! Another baby. Ah, this is my daughter, Vera. Say hello. Teenagers, am I right? He's gone. Shall we begin then? Jeez, this place looks way more run down since the last time I've been here in the present. That sounds really weird out of context. Ah, going home by any chance? No, I was just checking out the door. Oh. Good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. What's this painting here? Ah, that one's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be a good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Not a feeling I know anything about. At least not yet. Paints are splattered all around. He's probably the ones he's currently using. There's something very artistic about a messy room. Not this is anything compared to my office. I guess that would make my office a masterpiece. You use these gizmos for painting? They're pretty elaborate. Ah, those. Those aren't for painting, they're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Tools of the forgery trade, I guess. Damn, bitch, you live like this? Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves with some noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money. I can see how you'd want to do that, sure. Perhaps you heard that you can make any color as long as you have the 3 primary colors. Well, it's a lie. Poor guy. There's some finished paintings stacked here. Yo, I remember this field spell card. It used to power up all the fire type monsters I used to have. They don't look all that bad, really. I'll sell you one for 50 cents. I'm pretty sure you would actually be selling at a loss for that. That's okay, they look kind of heavy. Oh. Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit more. Huh. Here's that little nail polish thing from before. Maybe I'll just sidle on... What is up with this time period and people using the word sidle? Here for a closer look. That's a pretty bottle. Ah, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. What's this red envelope? Ah, don't touch that! It's quite important. The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. This is you and Vera. Yes, we took that one quite recently. I know, I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. You can just barely make out the 3 of the Grammarys. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Valent, the Grammarys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth, and the other one died, and the other one might be a murderer. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they come on TV, until the end. I see. That seems quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. That's an awfully small frame. There's a commemorative stamp of the Grammarys inside. You can see in color that Trucy inherited her mother's clothing color. Yep. And as a child, she wore her father's. Doesn't look like there's anything else to examine around here. All right, let's get to talking. Not to come off as weird, but goddamn Zach's wife. Listen, Trucy's mom had it going on, all right? Now we just need a yellow Trucy? Oh, I'm sure someone drew that at some point, right? Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not sadly a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. Oh, what's up with these single fathers? I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That's why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why'd you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy. The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? Can I just say this music here is actually really pretty? If it were me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them, not personally, Ah, a Psylocke, of course. It seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Of course Trucy is the most innocent and able to spill details about her life to us. She's only an 8-year-old. She doesn't know what it means to hide secrets. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Measham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I've never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there was no Psylocks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand, no backing down now. So, what's Mr. Measham hiding? I can pretty much piece together from what you said. What is it then? It also helps I have future knowledge on my side. Well, Trucy's not telling you. I ate all the snacks we left out for the clients. Oops. Trucy! You're grounded, young lady! Oh, I can't say mad at a face like that. You're ungrounded. You told me what you knew about the client. I'll be real, if I ever had a daughter, I would be crying over every single day, and I would be keeping her safe from everybody, and I would never punish her. Unless she gets, like, a tattoo or something like that, in which case I would be pissed. And I couldn't see any Psylocks. Psycholocks? Is that some sort of security, asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. Basically, Hughes Maze. Yes, I would be Hughes Maze.
You can't ground me if I'm not here! No! Trissy took after her father!
I never met them, not personally,
Not personally, those words triggered the psych lock.
Okay, with the psycho locks, now I really must know what they are.
So you didn't meet with the client! But someone else did! Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this locked business. I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Psylocks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I get there.
Your conclusion is?
The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Measham.
Poppycock!
I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? The forger wasn't you. Then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is...
12-year-old Vera!
Apollo! Yes, 15-year-old Apollo. Trying to lock Trucy in her room would just lead to a Houdini too? You're not wrong. The real forger. Lloyd Forger! I mean, your daughter Vera Measham, isn't it?
Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism.
Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. Only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. The psych locks tell me you're not the forger, which means your daughter is the only possibility. Phoenix doesn't normally just admit about the psych locks out loud like this. This is weird.
I feel very much on the edge of going psycho lock myself.
I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. Oh! Suck it, Zach! I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Ah, I detect a bit of fatherly pride. So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once, here to the studio. What? Why did you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter? I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. Then, that little girl's the key to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Measham, I have a request. Let me guess, you'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so actually. With only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was that client! Well, it's just a matter of who at this point. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. All right. Oh, come on. Phoenix knows how to talk to little girls. He talks to them on the regular. Look at Maya, Pearly, Trucy. Uh-oh. This could be tough.
Mira, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer, and a pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do-Re-Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Can I just say I like her little teddy bear notepad? It's actually super cute. Phoenix talks to little girls on time. Option to present appears. The timing here is horrifying. No! Oh no! I just realized! It's gone! Our badge is gone! I was gonna present our badge. I was like, oh wait, I forgot. Damn it! Want to talk about this? Fear's probably the only sympathetic defendant in this game. I agree. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so the stamp, how can I keep her talking? Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't Troop Grimoire amazing? Yes? Oh! I especially like those two, Zach and Valent. See? All we have to do is appeal to the fangirl in her. Remember, fans love chatting about their interests with each other. That's why I'm chatting on a website full of video game people chatting with other people who like video games. Like that awkward zombie comic where Edgeworth asks why Phoenix Off is full of underage girls. Listen. And that's all I have to say about that. What's a video game? You know what? You're right. I'm not entirely... What is this thing in my hand? It's bizarrely black and pink and has like a cross across it. What happens if I press this? Oh, that's weird. My screen suddenly moved. Yeah, I'll figure it out eventually, guys. Phoenix's chaotic bi-energy can mesh with Vera's young fangirl energy. They can gush over men together. Exactly. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Look at her smile. That is a smile of a precious young girl in love with her hobbies. What's a screen? Shit, they're onto us. Me too, me too. I love them, they're so cool. It's like magic, yeah. All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grimoire Museum of Magic. The Grimoire Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once when I was little, with Father. The Grimoire's on stage, it was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zach and Valent, maybe? Oh, sure. All right, better get asking before she changes her mind. I can't believe this works. They're the best in the world. Oh, you mean Troop Grimoire? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. I guess I just took it. Yeah. You know, that's just what kids do. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Took it. But we got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? We talked about the Grimoires forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaking one, this client.
So they were trying to get on her good side. Oh, you know. And not murder.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
You know what? Valid. Screw going outside. Let's just stay home forever and just chat online for the rest of the time. Sound good? Sounds good. That client was trying to kill a 12-year-old. Yeah, fuck the client. Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. What? Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. Honest? You know what? Valid. I don't blame her for that. That can be very traumatic for people. Especially young girls. She refuses to leave the house. Valid. No, this is the most valid and justified thing I've heard in the entire game. No, that's, yeah, valid. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammary Museum, with you, in fact. Ah, yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. Nobody tell her about COVID.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
A good luck charm?
For when I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret.
From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Right, time to do some side lock unlocking. Let's see if we can get some information about the forgeries first. So, your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things.
I really like painting a lot.
Man, Vera's actually super cute.
Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the scene.
So you did this too?
Oh yes, that was my first job.
Your first?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Gremory coffin. I guess no one told her. And we will never tell her. Let's not traumatize a 12-year-old. Maybe later. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. I want to see Vera try. Okay, pixel art. That'd be kind of crazy, though. Let's not tell her too late. Oh, so valid. Because they gave you this stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me. It's my problem.
The problem that keeps her inside all the time?
Don't go outside if you don't want to.
That's what they told me.
But when I absolutely had to go outside, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
A good luck charm that your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. It's your good luck charm. You know what? I'll come back. I'll come back. I think we can finally finish off Meekins over here, though. Oh god, that sounds really bad out of context. Finish off Meekins. When has potential trauma stopped Phoenix before? Valid. I'm just going to skip all this since I read it already. Blah, blah, blah. We know Trucy was here. Blah, blah, blah. Skip, skip, skip. Does this trick look familiar? Presenting the amazing Mr. Hat. What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? No, I've never been to Germany. So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? At night on stage, I saw a vision. Except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. The amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists! I remember it clearly now, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gregory exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him into a corner room, sir. Zach Gregory, don't even think you can escape Meekins! Down on your hands! Floor on your head! Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now, back to our show.
No idea.
Thank you for the important announcement, Wolf.
Something the matter, mister?
No, that is... Sir! I'm currently tracing a suspect, sir! Zach Gregory, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gregory. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room.
And no one's been in here except me.
But he asked me in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting. Oh, hey, a great ball. Under the rug. I can't believe you're spoiling a magician's tricks, especially Nick's new daughters. I mean, to be fair, we're just showing that Mr. Hat is a great trick. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Hack! I imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see... him! Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't a magician who disappeared, it was Mr. Hat. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. I like how Trucy is such a small top hat. That's adorable. Along with Mr. Hat. Ah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closeted door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape! Zach Gregory's red cape fluttering like a cape! Is it really that red? Like, would you guys call this a red or would you call it more of a pink? It looks more pink than red to me. Astounding, sir! All my days of posting queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries have been wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away. An ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. While the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl. I'm sorry for her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbored no ill feelings whatsoever in my part. Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step in my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great gumshoe. Salmon? Salmon. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want it. It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free! And my throat is dying from doing Meekins. Thank you for the water reminder. I can't tell if this was intentionally a typo or not. Do you think this was intentional? Guamshu. Nameless? You're... How rude. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zach Gremory that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now, part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Knowing Meekins, he probably bit his tongue. I can see it too, actually. Huh. I mean, we could go there, but let me see if I can get some more info at the detention studio. I do have more info and more evidence to present here, so hopefully. Detention studio, words. They escaped me. A life was sacrificed so that the show may go on. This shows who it was.
But that's...
Zach Gremory's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa. I believe that was her name. Alakazam! Yeah, most Ace Attorney games do end with a trial. We're just dealing some weird game system thing. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows how much danger she was in. Oh! I can't present anything! Well, frick! There's nothing left we can do in the present day! I mean, the past! However, there is still the present. Time to go back. Back to the future! But it's also midnight. I probably should call the stream. Streaming for 4.5 hours. Good lord. Can you imagine having to read for 4.5 hours out loud? And try to be funny while also doing it? It is not easy, chat. It is very much not easy. Time for Marty. Sorry, chat. I'll leave it to you guys. Do you guys really want me to go for one more area here? I'm getting a little tired. See what I said? You had to discard common sense. You need evidence from the future for the past. For Phoenix to present in the past. Yeah. Let me go to bed. You can stop. Oh, my back. You know, my back is a lot better from yesterday, from the last week, but still got to stretch it on the occasion. All right. Well, I guess we'll call it here for now. The Mason system, a mystery across time. Okay. You're going to miss cool stuff? Don't worry, I'm not going to be streaming until like next week, I think. How's my ass? Oh, it's a lot better now. I feel much better since then. Thanks for asking, Nameless. Everyone, thank you all for coming out tonight. Really hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Let me give you guys a heads up for the schedule for this week, though. The next normal stream will be Paper Mario 1,000 Year Doors remake on Friday, 6 p.m., probably 7, at Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be doing more Paper Mario on Sunday, but I am planning a special stream tomorrow night at 10 p.m. I'll let you guys know about that. Apollo Justice will return next Tuesday, though, at 6 or 7. I'll let you guys know. If there's any changes to the schedule, though, y'all can follow me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up my Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. I also do movie nights in there every Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We finished the Disney movie marathon. Now we're watching a whole bunch of superhero movies. We're watching all the notable DC and Marvel movies that I feel like watching. And on Monday, we're going way back to the past. We're watching Batman, the movie from 1966 that starred Adam West. If you guys want to check that out. Oh yeah, we're also watching all the DC animated universe shows. So if you guys want to check that out, Discord server, hit it up if you guys want to see. The only good Batman film? Yeah, totally. No others. No, ignore the fact that my favorite movie is The Dark Knight. Anyway, yeah. I also have a Throne account. Y'all never have to buy me anything in there, but, you know, it exists. All right, if you guys have any raid messages in mind, let me know. We're going to find ourselves a raid target. You know what? I see someone who has some drops on for Final Fantasy 14 at the moment, so how about you guys go give her some love? Adventures of Mithini McWright? What do the numbers mean? You know what? Just because I think this is a little funnier. We'll raid with this. If you guys don't have the emotes, all good. Raid with just the message. As for who we're raiding,
We're rating Crazy Sunshine. She's a very good potato, and she's playing Final Fantasy 14. She's got some drops going right now for Final Fantasy 14 too, so if you guys want to go watch and get some cool stuff out of that, please do. Thanks for stream. Yo, K-Roll, thanks for lurking. Really appreciate it. Same for any other lurkers in chat. We always appreciate y'all. Oh yeah, possible Dawn Trail spoilers as well, so there's your warning on that as well if you guys want to avoid that, but yeah. Until next time, everybody, I'll catch y'all tomorrow night with whatever thing I'm doing. Until then, have a good night, stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. I'll catch y'all later.